superbly. Big hugs from the coach there back at the stands as the other agents and everyone go forward for him. Team Sask is happy and cheering from the stands. Confirmed by the judge, Saskatchewan. So, provisional results, ladies and gentlemen. Jacob Barassa from Saskatchewan, pending official results, is your provisional bronze medal winner. Congratulations, Saskatchewan. All right, we will be resetting the field of play here and commencing the gold medal match shortly. So once again, your gold medal archer match is between Austin Taylor of Manitoba and Spencer Gamache of BC. Winner wins gold and the second place goes to silver. Unless they decide to switch the medal colors around on me, but I'm fairly certain that's the pattern. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with your gold medal match. Austin Taylor shooting first from Manitoba. Solid 10 from Austin. Top target. Another solid 10 from Gamache, BC. They are not letting each other slip by with these first arrows. Another solid one from Austin. 10. Oh, a little low on that for Austin, but it's still looking like a 10. So 10, 10, 10 for Austin Taylor of Manitoba. Just a touch low for Spencer there, so it's looking like a 10, 10, 9 there for BC. First end of your gold medal match. And that is confirmed. According to our score leaderboards at the targets, we have 30 for Austin Taylor, and we have 29 for Spencer Gamache of BC. Heading into our second end. Individual male compound rounds. Gold medal match. BC's Gamache shooting first. Ten. Right back into that same hole he used last time. Austin Taylor, solid 10 as well, first arrow. That one's a little hard to tell here for Gamache's second arrow. It's looking like a 9-10 liner, possibly, but it's a little hard to see. It's shadowed from my side. 10 from Austin, Manitoba. Third arrow from Gamache. It's looking like a 9. Might be a 9-10 liner. And a 10. Another clean end from Austin Taylor of Manitoba. 10-10-10. And a 10 and 2 liners that I can't quite reliably call from here at the commentator's booth for Gamache of BC. Leaderboards confirm we have a perfect score so far in this gold medal match from Austin Taylor of Manitoba, 60 points, and BC's Spencer Gamache, following with 3 points, 57 out of a total possible of 60. Gamache will be shooting first. From Gamache, opening arrow. 10 from Taylor. That's looking like a 9-10 liner there for Gamache's second arrow on that middle target from here. 10 from Taylor, second arrow. And another 9-10 liner there from Gamache for his bottom target. Looks like he sent it back into another hole he had used previously, so we'll see what happens. Ooh, there's a 9 from Austin Taylor of Manitoba. So we have our first point dropped by Manitoba in this gold medal match in the third end. So once again, the judges are making the arrow calls here in these medal matches, and you see 2 agents working on behalf of each of the archers to ensure that their interests downrange are being kept, as well as retrieving the arrows and bringing them back to the shooting line. But they actually do not go downrange during these medal matches. Further down from our official range, we have our practice lane getting well used by our recurve archers who are warming up and getting ready for their elimination matches, which are coming up right away after this. Once again, we're seeing a little bit of target fixing occurring by Manitoba agent there. Just kind of healing the target up for that 1-9 that went a little wide on that third shot there. Just to hide it a little visually. When the targets create this, or the archers get holes consistently in the middle, it draws their eyes to it, helps them group better more in that location. But when you get an outlying arrow with a hole in the peripheral, it can draw you away from your center. So it's a little bit of a mental management. 89-84, Manitoba in the lead. Spencer Gamache with the opening arrow of 9. Nine also, it looks like, from Taylor. It's looking like a 9 from here for a second arrow for Spencer Gamache of BC. 10. Austin is reusing another hole they put in that same face at the location. And that third arrow from Spencer Gamache is definitely a 9-10 liner from here, looks like. So that is a 9-10 liner, 9-9 for BC, it appears. And third arrow is a 9-10 liner, so it's looking like a 9-10 liner for Austin Taylor and a 9 for his third arrow there. We'll see what the judge says. All right, so at the end of 4 rounds, there are possible 120 points available to our archers. Score of 118 for Austin Taylor of Manitoba, and 4 points behind is Spencer Gamache of BC with 112. Heading into the 5th and final end of this gold medal match. Once again, Spencer Gamache shooting first, BC. 10. Nice solid 10 from Spencer on that opening arrow. 10 from Taylor. It looks like a 10. 9-10 liner. Looking more like a 10. 10. Nice solid inside out on that middle target there for Austin Taylor. Yeah, it's looking like a 9 for that bottom arrow for Gamache. Just enough to see a little bit of color there between the line and the target. And a 10. Solid finish. 10-10-10 for Austin Taylor of Manitoba. And it's looking like a 10. 9-10, more like a 10 line biter. And then a 9 for Gamache of BC. We'll wait for the update to the scores from the judge. Judge indicates 148 winner, Austin Taylor of Manitoba, gold medal. And Spencer Gamache of BC with your silver medal for your individual men's compound match. And I'm showing a 141 for a final score there for Spencer Gamache, according to the leaderboard cards at the bottom. So, congratulations to both men. For those unable to see the entire field, it is a photo opportunity for all the coaches and the professional photographers for this gold medal match. So according to our schedules, we will be doing our medal awarding ceremonies for our compound equipment category. So stay tuned for our official medals ceremony for compound female and compound male. Following those medal ceremonies, we will be starting into our individual elimination rounds for our recurves. So stay tuned, and we'll be back in a bit. All right, just while we're setting up and getting ready for the compound medal ceremonies, we'll just pass along some additional information for those of you guys that are watching at home. So if you are looking for the official results, grab a pen, get ready to copy this down, and hope I don't mess it up. So it is CG 2019 period GEMS period PRO. Once again, for your official results, which are located on your GEMS Pro site, it is CG 2019 period GEMS period PRO. So Canada Games 2019 GEMS Pro. For those of you guys that are looking for those really great quality pictures, we have had tons of photographers coming around with a huge zoom lenses, making our athletes go, ooh. So there is a full photo stream and categorized galleries located on Flickr. So if you look for the following, the full photo stream will be labeled Red Deer 2019 and it's pool. So full address for those of you guys familiar with Flickr is flickr.com/groups/Red Deer 2019, all one word, /pool. So that will show you all the photos from the entire photo stream of all the sports. We also have categorized galleries, so they'll be sorted by your sports or just general teams. So that is flickr.com, and Flickr doesn't have an E in it, just as a heads up, /photos/2019 Canada Winter Games, all one word, no spaces, no periods, /galleries. So once again, the categorized galleries are located for the Flickr stream at flickr.com, so that's FLICKR.com /photos/2019 Canada Winter Games /galleries. So coming in, you are seeing your athletes complete with their provincial flags for your individual women's compound match winners. So you guys at home actually have the really sweet view because there's a nice barrier fence here preventing anybody from really crouching up and getting close. So again, if you're looking for photos of your athletes for this special event, you're going to want to check that Flickr feed that I just gave you. So congratulations to your women's compound individual medalists. And in case anyone's wondering, typically most provinces will require their athletes to wear a certain part of their team uniform during medal ceremonies. So if you're wondering why Quebec is now dressed for the outdoors at an indoor event, it's typically a mandate of the provincial organization committee that they need to wear certain items when they receive their medals.
starting there. You're right in my third place. But yeah, once like you'll be close to that.
Receiving the silver medal, Team British Columbia. Spencer Brown. Receiving the gold medal from Team Manitoba, Austin Taylor.
Ladies and gentlemen, your medals. For your individual compounds men's category. All right, for you folks who are watching at home, I've been advised we're about to stop the stream because it has been labeled as the compound individuals. So you're going to see a pause here. Re-find us, look for us labeled for Recurve individuals. We will still be commentating and we will still be updating you guys that are watching from home. But you'll just see a gap in the feed here shortly, but we will return. Have a great afternoon and we'll see you again shortly. All right, good afternoon, watchers. So we're just about to start into our 2 official practice ends for our archers here. In case you are just joining us a little bit later, I can tell you that the official results are up on Gems Pro for the men's compound, even though you already saw the medal ceremony. But it's not official until it's on Gems Pro. So official results are on Gems Pro, guys. Coming up here is our individual women's recurve event. So we are going to be switching some things over from what you saw this morning, if you were watching this morning. Unlike compound, recurves use the set system of points. So in the morning, the compounders are basically shooting their arrows were scored, and you saw their score increase on the plates. Recurvers use a set system. So what that means is against whoever they're shooting against, they'll add up their points for their arrows, and then whoever has the highest points will get 2 set points. If they tie their scores, they each get 1, and if they have the lower score out of the 2, they get 0. And that happens every end until an athlete reaches 6 set points. So depending on how evenly matched the athletes are, it could happen within 3 ends, or they could use their full amount of ends of 5. Again, they still have the same amount of time, 1 minute or 2 minutes, to shoot their 3 arrows, but they just use this set point system for recurves. So that'll be the difference you'll see on the white leaderboard scores below the target, in case you're wondering what's going on for today with the recurvers. The other thing you'll notice is we are going to be looking at different targets. So this morning, the compounders were using an inner 10 target. Their 10 ring is smaller for compounds, whereas with recurvers, there's a lot more human factors at play. So they have your standardized kind of equal 10 ring. So you'll see that as the camera pans over for us. Okay, once again, Gems Pro for official results is CG2019, period, Gems, period, Pro. So Canada Games 2019, period, Gems, period, Pro for all the official results. All right, so in case you missed those butt assignments and are looking for a favorite archer, we have the following matches and buys set up. So Marie-Eve from Quebec is currently in a buy, so that means she has no one competing against her. She can shoot as little or as much as she wants during this timeline. She is located on butt number 3. We have, in our first match, Emma Tom from the Yukon Territories with Cleo Werman-Thorn from Manitoba. They are going to be shooting on butt number 4. And they will be going head-to-head against each other. Next up on butt number 5, we have Jay Geigner. Sorry again if I'm messing up these names, guys. From Saskatchewan. They also have a bye moving ahead into the next round. So that means they just don't have a competitor with the way the 16-play match worked out. Because we have 11 territories and provinces participating, but we have to use the 16 match play chart. Next up on butt number 6 is Vanessa Estefan from Alberta. She also has a bye moving into the next rounds. Our next match with a bye is going to be Addie Shapira from BC on butt number 7. So again, they may shoot as little or as much as they want during this timeline. Our match number 2 is Taylor Minute from Northwest Territories and Siyun Kim from Nova Scotia. They will be going head-to-head on butt number 8. And then we have Macy Shattuck from PEI and Aliga Mara Pierce from New Brunswick. And match number 3 going head-to-head on butt number 9. And finally, we have Riley Valère from Ontario, who will be also in a bye, so no competitor. But again, will be shooting or not shooting according to their own personal preference. Depending on the athlete and their ability to stay warm or so forth, What'll end up happening is they may shoot one arrow, they may shoot all three. It all depends on how well they know themselves and fatigue levels. And Archer is unique that way. Many times they'll just keep shooting so that they can kind of stay warm and be ready in the environment with this wonderful music going in the background and the crowd cheering so that they are comfortable when it does come to their turn to enter into match play. So again, we are now into the preliminaries of our individual female recurve elimination rounds. All right, first result in here. We currently have Cleo Werman-Thorm of Manitoba with 2 set points against her competitor Emma Tomtom of the Yukon Territories. So that means Manitoba currently has the lead on butt number 4. And over on butt number 9, this is between PEI and New Brunswick. So I am currently showing 2 set points for Macy Sadek of PEI. So she is in the lead after one end in our set point system. And over on butt number 8, we have Suyun Kim of Nova Scotia with 2 set points over her competitor of Taylor Minute of the Northwest Territories. So once again, 2 points are awarded if the archer has the higher score versus their competitor, 1 to each archer in the event of a tie, and 0 for the lower scoring archer if their scores vary. Update to our scores. Currently, we are showing 4 points across the board for all these match plays. So on butt number 4 with Yukon Territories and Manitoba, currently Manitoba is in the lead with 4 set points. Over on butt number 8 with Northwest Territories and Nova Scotia, we are showing Nova Scotia in the lead with 4 set points. And over on butt number 9, we have PEI and New Brunswick, showing 4 points for PEI. Again, with set play matches, it is the first to 6 points. So for some of these competitors, this might be the end of competition with this end. Very supportive crowd here for our archers. So this is the third end in the preliminaries of our individual women's recurve. Okay, so update from the range here. On butt number 4, we had Emma Tom of Yukon Territories come back and win that end. So they will be going into a fourth end for sure. Currently, she is 2 points to Manitoba's 4 points. Moving ahead, we have on butt number 8, wrap up. So Suyun Kim of Nova Scotia is showing 6 set points. So she will have taken the set point match for her thing. So she will be advancing on to the next matches into the quarterfinals. Again, with the set point system, it is first to 6 points. Over on butt number 9, we had another lead. So we currently are showing 4 points for Macy Shattuck of PEI and 2 points for Aliga Mara Piers of New Brunswick. So they will be continuing into the fourth end of scoring here as well. First to 6 points advances to the quarterfinals. All right, that's conclusion of end number 4. We will see if end number 5 will be required. So once again, we have the results already from butt number 8. Nova Scotia will be continuing into the quarterfinals from that match pairing. Congratulations to Emma Tom. She also took that round, so she has tied it up with her competitor on butt number 4. So both individuals are tied for butt number 4, so they'll be going into their 5th end for sure. We also have had the same results over on butt number 9 between Macy Shattuck and Aliga Mara Piers of New Brunswick. So Aliga also scored an additional higher end. So both will be continuing to 5 ends of the set scoring for our elimination matches. Emma looking like she was pushing through there a little bit towards the end. All right, we have results from over on bet number 9. So advancing ahead, Aliga Mara Piers coming back from behind. Awesome showing by her. So she will be advancing into our quarterfinals. Congratulations to Aliga. And also Cleo Worman-Thorne from Manitoba. She will be advancing into the quarterfinals from our matchup here on bet number 4. All right, for you guys that are looking to follow at home, our officials will be resetting the field here right away, but you can look for your athletes on the following targets. So on bet number 3 will be Marie-Eve Jelena from Quebec. On bet number 4 in the matchup will be Cleo Worman-Thorne from Manitoba, so those two ladies will be shooting off against each other. On bet number 5, Jay Gainier from Saskatchewan will be up against Vanessa Estefan from Alberta on bet number 6. So those two ladies will be shooting against each other. We're seeing this is a couple times Saskatchewan and Alberta have gone head-to-head, so it'll be interesting again. Following up on bet number 7, we have Adi Shapira from BC, and she will be shooting against Suyun Kim from Nova Scotia on bet number 8 for their match. And bet number 9, Aliga Mara Piers from New Brunswick. And number 10 is Riley Valliere from Ontario in that matchup. So once again, we are about to head into our quarterfinals for the individual female recurve elimination rounds. Stay tuned for more information. So for those of you guys that are watching at home that may not actually be familiar with the sport of archery, we're very similar to golf in the fact that during our individual matches, when the athletes commence shooting, there is supposed to be a nice polite silence. A little bit of a murmur usually exists in the environment, but there is supposed to be silence while shooting. So if you'd like to cheer for your athlete in person, you need to come to our team events, which conveniently for you guys at home, you can come and watch tomorrow. And of course, we can't hear you screaming, so feel free, cheer, scream. Just remember, the monitor won't react to you. So differences here. Recurve equipment has no let-off. So this morning we discussed the ability of the cams, so the wheels on a compound bow, to create let-off. So that means the compound archer isn't actually holding full weight of the bow back at their draw. With recurve archers, that's not the case. The poundage actually increases to their peak at anchor, so that's when they're beside their face. So some of these archers are actually holding anywhere from perhaps 20 all the way to 45 pounds when they're back at full draw. What that means is if these archers go to the Olympics, they'll actually hold more weight at the Olympics than a standard weightlifter, just from cumulative poundage of drawing the bow. So before you think archers aren't strong, just remember that. We can outlift a weightlifter as long as we can do it over multiple ends. All right, set points are listed. So in our matchup between Quebec and Manitoba, Quebec is showing 2 set points. So they are in the lead. In our matchup between Saskatchewan and Alberta, Alberta is showing 2 set points. So they are also in the lead currently after one end. In our matchup between BC and Nova Scotia, we are tied. So the first time you guys are seeing the 1 set point. But each archer has 1 set point. They tied their scores. And then over on butt 9 and 10, so that is New Brunswick and Ontario, we are showing 2 set points for Ontario. So they are currently in the lead. So for those of you that weren't part of the morning's conversations, you might be seeing a lot of objects dangling off the quivers of our archers. That is unique to archery. That's how they kind of personalize their get-up and gear, so to speak, and that's called quiver bling for slang. It can be everything from favorite animal. It could be pins that they collect through their various provinces for development. It could be a towel that they use to dry off their hands. But each archer kind of personalizes their quiver to their own unique style with their quiver bling. So once again, we'd like to thank all of you guys that are watching from far, far away and cheering your archers on. Please share and post the link. More viewers, more watchers. They are tracking that for us, guys. So help out our sport. Spread the word that there is great coverage coming up, and maybe they'll let me keep my job tomorrow. So currently we have a tied set point for Quebec and Manitoba. So Cleo took the match there for that end at the second point. Moving ahead on to the Saskatchewan-Alberta matchup, we have Vanessa Estefan showing 3 points to Saskatchewan's 1. So she's currently in the lead there, took the 2 set points. Moving over to BC and Nova Scotia for that match point up, we are showing 3 points for British Columbia to Nova Scotia's 1, so they are currently in the lead. And then over on our butts number 9 and 10 with the New Brunswick and Ontario match play, we are currently showing 4 points for Ontario. So this may be the last end pending the results of these next arrows for that matchup there. Stay tuned. As you observe these archers shooting, you'll notice that on a recurve archer, they've got some extra kind of clothing protection on. Unfortunately, Quebec is facing away from us as she is a right eye dominant archer. But that strap across her back that you're seeing is actually the back of what's called a chest guard. So because the angle of the string coming back towards the archer can come in contact with clothing, most recurve archers wear what's called a chest guard. And that protects, creates a smooth surface for the string to move forward from the body so it doesn't snag or create any additional errors in the arrow launch. So that is typically unique equipment to a recurver. I have seen a couple compounders wearing them, but it is very rare for a compound archer to require a chest guard. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a final result. So we do know who is proceeding from the New Brunswick-Ontario matchup. So we are showing 6 set points for butt number 10. So that means that Riley Villiers of Ontario is proceeding into the semifinals. All the other targets are either tied up, 3-3s, or on our first target here with Quebec and Manitoba, we are showing a 4-2. So those archers will be continuing into the fourth end here, but we already know that Riley Villaire of Ontario will be proceeding into the semifinals. So for those of you guys that just tuned in, watching for the first time, we have three varieties of individuals walking down range. You will see the archers themselves with their quivers and their provincial shooter shirts on. And then you will see two other types of individuals. So we have our scoring volunteers that are wearing long sleeve navy shirts and typically the red and navy vests. And then there are also the judges, and they kind of blend in because there's a couple also wearing vests, but the judges are in red t-shirts, polo shirts. Typically, if they're not wearing a vest, you will see judge across their shoulder blades. So those are our officials. They are there to make any arrow calls or assist archers if there's any corrections that need to be made to scorecards, and continue on ahead. So we have our results from our Saskatchewan-Alberta matchup. They will not be going into 5 ends of scoring. Saskatchewan showing 5 set points to Alberta's 3. So Saskatchewan will be moving ahead with Jay Geiner. Also moving ahead is going to be Marie-Eve Jelena of Quebec. She is showing 6 set points to 2 in her matchup against Manitoba. So Quebec will also be continuing into the semifinals. And heading into our 5th end. Oh, sorry, I have to correct myself. I jumped ahead. Saskatchewan has only 5 set points, so they don't advance until they reach 6. So my mistake, guys. It's anybody's game. And we are still tied with BC and Nova Scotia. But for sure, Quebec is moving on. They have 6. All right, well, I leaped ahead of myself before on the last end. We are definitely above 6 points now. Saskatchewan is moving ahead to the semifinals. Jay Geiner from the matchup there with Vanessa Estefan of Alberta. 7 points to Jay. Also moving ahead, we have 80 Sharpa from BC in the matchup against Suyeon Kim. 80 is showing 6 points on her score leaderboard, putting her into the next matchups. So for those of you looking to follow your athletes from home, these are your new semifinal butts for your matchups coming up. So we will have Quebec and Saskatchewan facing off on butts 4. You can look for Marie-Eve Gelena on butt 4. And on butt 5, Jay Geiner from Saskatchewan. We'll be skipping 6 and heading on over to our matchups between butt 7 and 8 with BC on Ontario. So 80 Shapira will be on butt 7. And Riley Valère will be on butt 8 for Ontario. All right, and we are commencing into the semifinals for the individual female recurve elimination rounds. So head-to-head, we have Quebec and Saskatchewan on butts 4 and 5, and BC and Ontario on butts 7 and 8. Once again, we are using the set point system for recurve archery, and this is utilized all the way up to the Olympics. This is the only style of archery equipment that is currently allowed in the Olympics. So if you want to become an Olympic athlete, this is the bow you need to pick up. So set point system means that if the pairing of archers, one archer has a higher score than the other, The archer with the highest score gets 2, and the lower score gets 0 set points. If both archers are tied in their scores for the end, then they get 1 point each. The match is determined by the first person that gets to 6 points or greater. So depending on how the match play plays out, it could be done in as little as 3 ends, or it could go on to 6, maybe some shootouts. But we'll see. So some of the unique aspects of recurve form that you might be seeing from the video feed there is the follow through of the archer. So depending on their wrist follow through on the release of their arrow, the bow limb may come down and tap their leg like you were seeing with the Saskatchewan archer, or they may have a more advanced or more involved follow through like the BC archer, and the bow will literally swing around and down when the archer releases their arrow. That's just factors of the shooting form. And Korean archers, some of them actually will have the bow end up facing the opposite way on release because their follow through and their what we call push-pull is so great between their front and their back hands. So first end for these semifinals. The other thing you might be observing the archers do is they are marking their holes. So we will not likely see it occurring here with the recurve group, but with the compound group they were actually doing it fairly aggressively. But in the event that they hit a hard spot in the target and the arrow bounces out, or they hit a soft spot in the target and the arrow goes through the target, all the holes in the target are marked. So this way the judges can actually evaluate what the score of that arrow that bounces out or shoots through should be, and the archer is still given a score for that arrow instead of having to reshoot or lose that arrow's value. So that's why they mark their holes. If there are multiple unmarked holes in the target face, they are only credited with the lowest score of the unmarked. So if they have one that's unmarked in the 10 and one that's unmarked in, say, the 7 ring, they would be awarded the 7 ring value. There's that Saskatchewan crowd again. So starting to see a little bit of fatigue coming in there on our Saskatchewan archer. She's been shooting all along here, and she was shaking a little bit there on that third arrow, but she's given herself lots of time to recover between ends, a little bit of some body shakes. So hopefully she can continue to kind of keep things going. We'll see if the judges end up moving the target for Quebec. We noticed here on the second arrow that she shot into the middle target. Looks like she's following behind the compound archers, and that middle target is fairly shot. So her arrow went almost 2/3 of the way in there when she released that at the time. So after our second end of quarterfinals, we are showing that Quebec and Saskatchewan are tied currently with both at 2 set points. And then over with BC and Ontario, BC is in the lead with 4 set points. Moving into the third end of semifinal match play. So in 3, we got updated leaderboards. Quebec took 2 points that round. So currently Marie Yvet is showing 4 points to Jay Geiner from Saskatchewan's 2 for that match. And it appears we all have a decision made. So Addie Shapira from British Columbia has 6 set points, so she will be advancing to your finals for your gold medal match. So our first individual entering into the gold medal match will be Addie Shapira from British Columbia. Riley Villere will be going towards your bronze medal match. Quebec feeling a little bit of the pressure there. She's letting down her bow. So again, let down in archery is a good thing. It means the archer is feeling that something might not quite be right in her shot execution, so they're letting the arrow down and recommencing their shot when it feels really nice for that. Hopefully better quality and higher scoring arrow. Again, unlike the compound archers this morning, these individuals are holding a lot of weight back at full draw there. So depending on the archer, anywhere between 20 to 45 pounds. Whereas with the compound bows at full draw, they have their let-off advantage, so they'd only be holding 5 pounds. So there's a lot of strength and a lot of fatigue going on here for these recurve archers. If you're seeing them shake a little bit on these shot executions, never mind nerves and pressure. A little bit of a sigh from the audience there. Saskatchewan's archer went a little wide. Looks like it's sitting out in the 6th ring, so that might take her out of the running for that match. So we'll wait for the official update on the, sorry, not official results, but the provisional results on the leaderboard update, and we'll see what goes on from there. If you're hearing arrows bouncing in the background, the practice lane, which is a little further over from the official lanes, is open to the male recurves. They will be coming up directly after these ladies for the men's individual recurve elimination rounds. So stay tuned for that. And we do have our final result, or our results here from butt number 4 and 5. So Jay Geiner will be advancing into the bronze medal match, and Marie-Yves Jelena from Quebec will be advancing into the gold medal match. So our officials will be resetting the field of play here shortly, and we will be looking at our bronze medal match for our finals coming up. And again, that will be between Jay Geiner of Saskatchewan and Riley Villers of Ontario. So if you're hearing some buzzers going on in the background, don't panic. Those are just the directors of shooting testing out the timing system as we switch over into medal play. So during medal play for archery, the archers will actually alternate shooting. So whichever archer scored the lowest the previous end will typically shoot first, with the highest scoring archer getting the luxury of going second. So there is a benefit to getting a higher score. Again, they will be still using the set point system with recurves, but they will just be alternating shooting. So we'll be able to give you some live updates as long as my binoculars hold me true, and we'll try and get you some scores. Now, the recurve archers do tend to use smaller diameter arrows just for proper arrow flight tuning. So I may not be able to judge those line biters as well for you folks at home as I was this morning. So I will do my best, but we will see what ends up happening as the day goes on. So once again, we are entering into our bronze medal match. On butt number 6 from Saskatchewan, we have Jay Geiner. And on butt number 7, we have Riley Velaire from Ontario. So this is going to be shooting out. If you were looking for the official results from the Canada Winter Games, you need to go to our GEMS Pro system. So this can be typed directly into your web browser. CG 2019 period GEMS period PRO. So CG 2019 period GEMS period PRO. If I'm speaking too fast for you guys, Archery Canada has it conveniently shared on their Facebook page, so go and check it out. And we see enter into first of the alternating arrows. Guinea of Saskatchewan has your first arrow. Eight. Ten from Velaire of Ontario. 7. A little high up in the 12 o'clock area of the scoring rings. 10. Really nice grouping pattern showing there for Velaire. If you were to put those arrows over top of each other on the same target, they'd be pretty much in the same spot. And a nice answer from Saskatchewan's Gagne with a 10 there for her third arrow. So it's 10, 8, 7, it appears for Saskatchewan. And a 10, 10, 10 for Velaire of Ontario. Wow, what a nice opening end for her. So she should be getting 2 set points for that first opening end. So again, during medal matches, if you hadn't joined in for the compounds previously, the judge will actually call the arrow values this time instead of the archers. And you will see agents working on behalf of the archers to come forward, ensure that they're agreeing with the judge on behalf of the archer. And you have 2 scorers writing down the scorecards or scores that the judge calls out. Those agents will then collect the arrows, mark the holes, and hand them back to the archer as they come down range. So the archer just gets to stay down range. Most of them will sit there and chat with their coaches or other teammates, depending on what they need to stay relaxed and focused on the event. So confirming 2 set points on the Ontario leaderboard. Once again, I gotta stop saying that. Sorry, guys. 20 seconds for each arrow that these archers shoot. If they happen to release an arrow after the 20 seconds has elapsed, they actually lose that arrow's value. The highest scoring arrow. So once again, Saskatchewan up for first arrow. Seven. Nope, sorry, correction, 8. She's, looks like she's coming into the line there. 10 from Belair. In fact, it almost looks like, no, not quite the same hole, but just in the same vicinity. 10 from Gagné. Nine from Belair. Seven. So for Saskatchewan, we have a 10-8-7 for this end. Nine. 10-9-9 for Belair, Ontario. And once again, the archers can shoot the targets in any order that they so choose. Some like shooting the middle first and then top, bottom. In this case, we're seeing bottom to top for Saskatchewan and top to bottom for Ontario. So they'll meet in the middle. And that's just personal archer preference and sometimes a little bit of training. They'll sometimes take their best shot first, or sometimes they'll take the target they typically struggle on first. This way they're at their freshest, they can make their strongest shot. And confirmed. Ontario took it that round as well. 4 points showing on the leaderboard. So depending the results of this scoring end, we may wrap up the bronze medal match here, or we might be moving on. We'll see what happens. Saskatchewan shooting first again. No, 8-9 liner. I'm afraid I don't feel comfortable calling that one from here, guys. Valera likes that one spot. She's dialed in very nicely on that top target. Another 8-9 liner for me for Saskatchewan, so could go either way with those points there, guys. Ten from Ontario. And a 7-8 liner from Saskatchewan, so 9-8 liner and a 7-8 liner, it looks like. Again, with these smaller diameter, it's a little bit harder to tell. Ooh, a little wide on that last shot from Ontario. She's out in the 8 ring for her third arrow, but a solid 10-10-8 to finish there. So as long as my math teacher taught me okay, we should be looking at the end of the bronze medal match there once we get confirmation from the judge on the scores. So our judges are equipped with magnifying lenses and mirrors to help them with these line calls when the arrows are close. So they'll typically evaluate it from 1 to 2 angles just to make sure that they are seeing if that arrow is creasing the black line that kind of just divides the colors from each other. And confirmed, we do have the agent for Ontario updating the leaderboard score to 6. So that means your bronze medal provisional, of course, provisional official results at GEMS Pro is Riley Valère from Ontario. And Ontario cheering on loudly for their archer. So female individual bronze medal to Ontario here at Archery. Coming up next is your gold medal match. We are going to be having Marie Yves, and I apologize if I'm messing these names up, guys. Jelinas from Quebec on butt number 6, and Addie Shapira from BC on bet number 7, going head-to-head here for the gold medal match. Again, you'll be seeing alternating shooting between these archers. Winner of this match goes away with gold, and the other one runs away with silver. And just a reminder of the etiquette here to the group at large. We get excited sometimes, and the odd parent will shout out when a good arrow lands, and unfortunately sometimes another archer is still up at draw and can throw that other archer off. So we want to make sure there's even playing field for all competitors here. So that's why they ask for quiet. But don't worry, those parents will be able to get this out of their system tomorrow in the team event, because noise making is allowed and encouraged. So I hope you guys will be able to hear me over the din of noise tomorrow. But yeah, that's when we get to be noisy and let ourselves go here in archery. Quebec shooting first. Ten. BC answers with an 8. Looks like an 8-9 liner there from Quebec on that second arrow. Solid 10 from BC on her second. Ooh, a little wide out. We got Quebec out in the 6 ring there for her third arrow. And a 9 from BC. Random arrows like that third one. You never know what's going to happen, so you got to always shoot each arrow individually. One arrow at a time. Continue forward. Mental management for archers. I've been told that if you're enjoying our hype music that we have playing between ends, that it's a Spotify playlist called Canada Winter Games Hype or something along those lines. So if you are enjoying it and searching out for a specific song that you're hearing, that's one way you can find it. And the BC agent is kneeling down and updating the leaderboard. So BC, 2 points. Oh. Yes, that is correct. BC, 2 points heading into the second end. And the spectators are getting into the Queen tune as usual. Gotta love We Will Rock You. All right, heading into the second end here, Quebec will be shooting first again. Nine, 10 liner, I'm going to say that looks like a 10 from here. But 9, 10 liner for sure. 8 from BC. And a 10 from Quebec. Ten from BC. And a 7 from Quebec on that third arrow. And a 9, so a 10, 9, 8 for BC. And a 10, 9, 10 liner, 7 from Quebec. So depending on what those liners are, we could be looking at a tie or maybe a point lead for BC. We'll see what the judge says here shortly. It is a tie for set points, so both archers must have gotten 27. Moving ahead. So we are currently with 3 points for British Columbia and 1 point for BC after 2 ends in this gold medal match. Quebec will be shooting first again. In the event of the tie, they look back to the previous end to determine which archer goes first. Nine. Ten. 10 for BC, 9 for Quebec. 10 from Quebec, second arrow. Well, that looks like an 8-9 liner there from BC. And a 9 from Quebec. Ten. So Quebec. I am showing a 10, 9, 9, 28 to BC with a 10, 10, 8, 9 liner. So it'll depend on that call there from a distance and whether we have a tie or 2 set point values. Looks like it was a tied end. Team BC's agent just updated their leaderboard to 4, and I'm seeing a 2 being put up for Quebec as well. So tied ends there. Sorry, 2 confirmed for Quebec. So heading into our 4th end here in the gold medal women's individual recurve. BC currently in the lead with 4 set points to Quebec's 2. I've been advised from the public that it's not my small arrows providing my line-biting arrow determination skills. It's my old lady eyes. Shout out to one of our observers there. Thanks. Quebec up first with first arrow, 10. Had an answering 10 from BC and another 10 from Quebec. 8 from BC. Nine from Quebec, so a 10, 10, 9 for Quebec. Ooh, that one went a little wide. 10, 8, 6 from BC. So 2 points will be going over to Quebec there, and we should be tied for our set points, 4-4. All right, we are heading tied going into this last end, or this end. 4-4, Quebec and BC. Quebec is shooting first. Ten. 10 from BC. Ten from Quebec. Eight from BC. She's splitting the 7 and 8 rings. So we always go up to the higher scoring ring. And a 9 from Quebec. 10, 10, 9 from Quebec, it looks like. And a 10, 9, 8 from BC. So that should have us with Quebec with 2 set points for that end. We'll wait for confirmation from the judges here. Confirmed by the judge, Quebec, 2 set points, gold medal. So Marie-Yves Gelinas from Quebec, gold medal winner for this gold medal match. And Edie Shapira of BC taking home the silver. Again, anything I say here is provisional. I am human. Until those results are posted on GEMS Pro, they're not official until then. But congratulations to those provinces and those athletes for all their hard work. Lots of hugs from both athletes. Alvis from Archery Canada, obviously shaking hands for the competitors, congratulating them as well on their participation, coaches, etc. Scorecards getting signed, and we will be prepping the field here right away for the individual male elimination rounds. So stay tuned for that. We'll be moving into that right away as soon as we reset the field. The gentlemen have, of course, been practicing over on the practice lanes, getting ready to move ahead. For those of you that are watching from home, we have on butt number 3, Aaron Cox from Alberta. He has no competitor against him. He ranked first. He has a bye for his first preliminaries. Next up, we have Spencer Fries from PEI and Wyatt Kapaniak from the Yukon Territories on butt number 4. So they will be our first match here in the preliminaries in the men's individual male recurve. Following them on butt 5 and butt 7 with buys as well. So again, no competitors for these archers. Adam Dean from BC will be on butt 5. And Caden, Geibelhaus from Manitoba on butt number 7 from what I've got for notes. Six, sorry. I'm gonna work on the sheet here. Following that, we have Reese Wilson-Poyton from Ontario on butt number 7. He also has a bye. And Jacob Guinon from Quebec on butt number 8 with a bye. And our final matchup in the men's preliminaries will be between Luc Arsenal-Chiasson from New Brunswick and Fergus Rutherford Simon of the Northwest Territories on butt 9. And Hunter Chipley of Saskatchewan will be on butt 10 with a bye for the first round. So there are only 10 competitors here in the male recurve instead of 11. We did not have a competitor from the Northwest, or no competitor for one of our maritime provinces. So welcome back to Archery. We are currently in our 2 official practice ends for the men's individual recurve eliminations. Again, you're starting to see a little bit of quiver bling coming out. Some of these archers have got their provincial flags coming out of their quivers, showing their colors, as well as, of course, their uniforms or shooter shirts. So for those of you observing from home, if you joined just during the last medal matches, we are now back to full preliminaries for the men. So this means that the archers will have a full 2 minutes available to them to shoot their arrows, and they shoot 3 of them in a row. There will be some buys, so where the archer does not have a competitor that they're shooting against just because they ranked high enough up through the elimination charts, and that's just because we use a 16 part elimination bracket due to the number of provinces participating here. So we do have 8 competitors here in the men's recurve. So the only 2 provinces and province and territory that have not sent archers are Newfoundland and Nunavut. So hey, archers out there, maybe you're watching from Newfoundland or Nunavut. Chat with Archery Canada, chat with your coaches. We'd love to see you here at future events. See full representation from across Canada. So again, you're seeing some similar items between bows here. That front rod that is extending out in front of the bow is called a front stabilizer. That helps reduce the left to right movement on a bow. And then there's typically 2 V-bars that come back. Sometimes they come back at an angle, sometimes they come straight back on a recurve bow. That just helps bring the weight of the bow back towards the archer and balance out the left to right, side to side axis. So it helps create a more stable shot for the archer. Each stabilizer recipe, as you could call it, is unique to the archer, much like every grandma has her chocolate chip recipe for her cookies at home. So each archer will customize it to themselves and how they like their bow to feel and work for them. So that's our last end of practice. Coming up, we'll be scoring. All right, and this is our first end of scoring for these preliminary matches. Again, some of these archers will have buys where they will not be actually shooting against a competitor, but they will continue shooting just to keep themselves warm and ready to shoot. If you sit down for too long, you get cold, you get stiff, and then you come up and shoot, and the arrows aren't going where you necessarily want them to go. So they keep shooting just to stay warm, and they can shoot as little or as many arrows or none at all if they prefer. So we talked a little bit about the stabilizers there. Looking at the archer here closest to the camera, Aaron Cox from Alberta, you'll also see an additional device located on the top of his riser, so that's kind of the middle part of the bow. That's called a damper. Some people like them on their bows, some people don't. It's personal preference. And then, of course, they have the sight a little bit further down. So making good use of our 2 minutes time there. It was 22 seconds left on the clock there for our archers to still execute their arrows. So heading downrange, again, just like with the women, we'll be using the set point system for these competitors. And we have 2 matches currently in play. So our first match is between PEI and the Yukon Territories. So Spencer Fries from PEI and Wyatt Kopaniak of Yukon Territories. And then our second match in these preliminaries is between Luke Arsenal Chiasson of New Brunswick and Fergus Rutherford Simon of Northwest Territories. Those groups are situated on butt 4 and butt 9 respectively. And based upon the archers' leaderboards, we are looking at 2 points going to Spencer Fries of PEI. So he took the high score in that match. And over on butt 9, we are looking at also 2 points for Luke Arsenal Chiasson from New Brunswick, 2 points. So again, it's the first one that gets to 6 set points that takes the match. And you can get single points in the event of a tie between the arrows scoring. Judges just checking to make sure that all the arrows are marked prior to walking back. So if you're wondering why there's just a touch of a delay here, that's what's going on. So second end, preliminary match play. Second end there, just glancing down the targets. Looks like New Brunswick may have had an accidental release. I'm seeing 2 arrows in the same target from him. So unfortunately, he'll lose the higher scoring arrow of those 2 and have to take a miss on that bottom target. But we're seeing the same pattern from his other competitor as well. So I'm a little unsure what happened over there on butt number 9 between those individuals. So scores are tied there between New Brunswick and the Northwest Territories. And scores also tied between PEI and Yukon Territories. Third end of match play here. Due to the tied scores, we're definitely going to be going into our 4th end for the individual men's preliminaries. Leaderboard update. I have Spencer Freeze showing 4 points on his leaderboard to Wyatt Kapaniak of the Yukon Territories 2. And we also have Luke Arsenault-Chisson of New Brunswick with 4 to Fergus Rutherford-Simon of the Northwest Territories 2. So at this time, because we're into our fourth end of scoring, the judges asked the other competitors with buys to step back. So currently on the line are only the competitors that are currently in ends of competition. Looks like we had a little bit of a mix-up over on button number 9. I'm seeing 2 arrows in the Northwest Territories Archers center target. Again, this is the Northwest Territories' first games sending archers forward. Ooh, Freeze just put a second arrow also into his middle target on butt number 4. So that should see us continuing into end 5 for our butt 4 matchup. And we should be seeing New Brunswick continuing on in match play for butt number 9. So confirming moving on into our quarterfinals from the matchup between New Brunswick and Northwest Territories, Luc Arsenault Chiasson will be continuing forward. And we are going into one more end here for butt number 4. They are tied with 4 set points each at this point. Down to the third shot there from each archer on that match play for butt 4. Unfortunately, a little low, took him off the target for Northwest Territories. So it looks like PEI Spencer Freeze will be continuing on to the quarterfinals. And as you can hear, PEI is very happy with their results. So while the scorecards are officially signed off and the officials reorganize the range and set yourselves up again, let's give you the rundown of our quarterfinals. So we will have Alberta and PEI going head-to-head. On butt 3 will be Aaron Cox from Alberta, and on butt 4 will be Spencer Fries of PEI. Next up for match play will be BC versus Manitoba. On butt 5 will be Adam Dean of BC, and butt 6 will be Caden Geibelhaus of Manitoba. Again, I apologize, guys, if I am making mistakes with these names. I realize I'm horrible that way, but I'm doing my best. Next up in match play, we have Ontario versus Quebec. On butt 7, we have Reese Wilson Poyton from Ontario. And on butt number 8, we have Jacob Gannon from Quebec. Finally, for our quarterfinals, we have a matchup between New Brunswick and Saskatchewan. On butt number 9, Luke Arsenault-Chiasson. And on butt number 10, Hunter Chimpley from Saskatchewan. Stay tuned. Once again, these archers are utilizing or have available to themselves 2 full minutes of shot execution. They need to release 3 arrows, 1 arrow into each of the target faces that you see. The very center of the target is worth 10. The next outer ring of yellow is worth 9. From there we switch into the red color. The first ring of red is worth 8 points. Next ring is worth 7, and then the final ring on these targets is worth 6. Now, because of the development level of these archers, these are actually a condensed target face. If you are first starting out in archery, you'll actually have a full 10 rings of competition face available to yourself, with other colors being black and white. And that's a 40 centimeter face that we're using here, but it's just only the 10 through 6 points due to the level of competition that you're seeing with these youth. There is a risk associated with using this style if you're not consistent enough. If you get the points from 6 to 10, you get those. But if you miss, you're taking a miss. Whereas on those full faces, you do get credit for those 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 points as well. Way over beyond in the middle there, that is our DOS, Director of Shooting Station. So you can kind of see him sitting there with his legs crossed. That's Rob. Beside him is Randall, and just getting up and walking away was your male voice for the announcer that you're hearing, Brian. And beside him sits Kat, who is doing our French announcing. I apologize, I am not bilingual, so we will not be able to provide you with French from my side here, so bear with me. Also somewhat visible from that table is Renee, who's your main technical advisor. Our head judge, Laura Lynn, walking over to consult with the table. And it looks like our field of play is reset and the judges are happy. So we're about to enter into our quarterfinals play. First end. So all competitors will now be shooting against their counterparts. There's no more buys at this level. So, depending on how close that camera zooms in for you guys and your eyesight, you may actually see the bows jumping out of the archer's hands. They actually don't hold the bow per se. The tension of drawing the bow back with their one hand pulls it into their grip, and then they allow it to basically leap out of their fingers into typically a finger sling or a wrist sling, depending on their personal preference, which then grabs the bow. So they actually don't hold it. And this is just because the tension of the hand can introduce torque into the bow and cause the arrow to go side to side, up, down, etc. So they just want a nice pressure back against their hand instead of actually holding onto it. Again, that forward movement and the swing of the bow is the follow through. First end. We'll get back to you with the updates on how the set points worked out here shortly. All right, so heading into our second round, we have Aaron Cox of Alberta in the lead with 2 set points. Over in our matchup between BC and Manitoba, we have Adam Dean with 2 set points. And in our matchup between Ontario and Quebec, we have Quebec. So Jacob Gannon of Quebec showing 2 set points. And in our last matchup, Hunter Chipley of Saskatchewan showing 2 set points. New Brunswick Archer making good use of the time allotted. There was 15 seconds left on that clock there. The release of the third arrow. Unfortunately, it looked like a little high. So I believe it's impacted the 6th ring of the middle target instead of going into the center. So we'll be taking the lower score on that target if that's the case. Over on our Ontario-Quebec matchup, they are now tied 2-2. Reese Wilson putting 2 points on this round. Aaron Cox of Alberta in the lead with 4 points over Spencer Fries of PEI. And also Adam Dean of BC, 4 points over Kaden Gabelhaus of Manitoba for their match play. So, heading into our third end, individual men's recurve. These are your quarterfinals. Really excited group here amongst our spectators. So if you're looking to buy yourself a bow at home, in case you're watching and you're getting interested, just be aware you're looking at some pretty good price ranges. So your basic wooden starter bow can run you around $250, excluding arrows. And some of these competitors' bows with all the trimmings for stabilizers, dampeners, sights, etc. are going to be getting upwards in the $4,000 to $5,000 range. The nice thing about it for those parents that are concerned about your pocketbooks is at a certain point that Archer can transfer those accessories over to new bows. You're not having to rebuild or buy completely new equipment every year. So that does offer us some cost savings when compared to other sports that require you to buy full sets of new gear every year. So looking at our leaderboard scoreboards, Aaron Cox of Alberta has 6 points showing. He will be advancing forward to the semifinals. Adam Dean of BC also has 6 points showing. He will be advancing through to the semifinals up against Aaron Cox of Alberta. Likewise, we are also showing 6 points from Hutler Chipley of Saskatchewan. So he will be proceeding through into the semifinals. And we are going into another end here to determine our Ontario-Quebec match. Currently, Ontario is in the lead with 4 points to Quebec's 2. Ontario and Quebec, both regular archery programs of multiple clubs in those provinces with high producing and high performing archers. Head to head here. From a distance, it's looking like Quebec has actually tied this match up. We'll see what the leaderboard say here in a moment. No, ladies and gentlemen, they tied. So that currently means that Ontario has 5 set points to Quebec's 3. So remember, we need to get first to 6. So we'll see what ends up happening here. It's any man's game at this point. So we're going into another end here, end 5, for our matchup between Ontario and Quebec. Really quiet end here. Not sure you guys could pick up on it, but you could almost hear a pin drop here with how quiet the crowd got. Looking quickly at the targets, noon sim, it's looking pretty positive for Ontario. Reese put 2 really solid arrows into the center mass there of that target, so. And confirming, leaderboard is up 6 points. So both archers tied there on that last end, but Ontario is the first to 6 set points. So they take the match moving ahead into the semifinals. So we'll be having the officials reset the field here shortly. For the semifinals, you are looking at a matchup between Aaron Cox of Alberta and Adam Dean of British Columbia. They will be on butts 4 and 5 respectively, followed by Reese Wilson-Poyton of Ontario and Hunter Chipley of Saskatchewan on butts 7 and 8. They will be going into our semifinal matchup, and then after that, we'll determine our bronze medal match and our gold medal match. So once again, any scoring you hear coming from me on this live stream is provisional. I'm just doing the best I can here based upon binoculars and my good old eyes. So if you want to see the official results, you can go onto the GEMS Pro website for the Canada Games results. This is for all sports, not just Alberta, or not just archery, excuse me. So if you happen to have other family members in other sports, you can check it out there as well.
I don't have this on the side, so maybe it's an HFG 30 or something. This is different. This is very close.
All right, so once again, that GEMS Pro address is CG2019 period GEMS period PRO CG 2019 period GEMS period Pro. Or if we have any of the phonetic types out there, Charlie Golf 2019er period Golf Echo Mike Sierra period Papa Romeo Oscar. Likewise, we do have a fantastic media line and lots of photographers running around with big giant zoom lenses. So those galleries do get put up on Flickr. We have 2 different photo streams available on Flickr. So if you are looking for kind of anything to do with the games, you want to look for the full photo stream. So that is located on flickr.com/groups/Red Deer 2019, all one word, /pool/. So that will take you into the giant full photo stream for all of the events, social, sport related, etc. for the Canada Winter Games. Followed by that, we do have categories galleries. Also on Flickr, /photos/2019 Canada Winter Games /galleries. So once again, those are going to be more sport specific or more framed galleries. So flickr.com/photos/2019 Canada Winter Games, all one word, /galleries. If you happen to be on social media and are trying to follow the threads accordingly, you can check out the general Canada Winter Games tagging with 2019 Canada Winter Games -Red Deer on Facebook, at 2019 Canada Games on Twitter, and whatever that photo symbol is, I am showing my age. And then Canada_Games on Snapchat, that's what it is. And YouTube, Google, or YouTube 2019 Canada Winter Games. I apologize for all those social media gurus out there. So another piece of equipment on a recurve bow that you would have just seen Aaron Cox repositioning there is a clicker. So those can be mounted on the riser of the bow, so kind of that main handle part of the bow, or it can be kind of mounted on the sight. What that does is it ensures the archer draws back the arrow the same amount every single time and helps increase their accuracy. Unfortunately, if they draw back and maybe pull through that clicker or the arrow doesn't set properly in it, they need to readjust and then restart their draw cycle again. So if you're wondering what that little piece of thing is, depending on the style of clicker, it can make different sounds, but ideally it just makes a nice little click. So that was end number 1 of our semifinals. right, we have our leaderboard updates going on here. So Aaron Cox of Alberta in the lead currently with the matchup with BC with 2 points. And over on our Ontario-Saskatchewan matchup, also we have Hunter Chipley of Saskatchewan with 2 points for this first end. And there's a Saskatchewan cheer squad again. They take up roughly a quarter of one of our 4 stands, and they have not been shy. They're great supporters for their athletes here. So the parts of various bow, there's kind of 4 main things that every bow will have. The first part is the riser, which is the center part of the bow. And then there's 2 limbs, and upper limb and a lower limb, and then a bowstring. That's all you need on the bow. Of course, you'll have to have some arrows in order to hit anything downrange of you. But those are the kind of 4 main things that you need for a bow. Now with recurve limbs, they actually can be made from a variety of materials here for the recurve category. So some of these limbs have got carbon layers, some of them have got foam, some of them have got wood, and they're all kind of laminated and placed into a mold in order to give it that kind of back twist or recurve shape. And each of them will give a different feel to the draw of the archer, and everybody's got their own preference. I also forgot the foam. We can also have a foam layer in there as well. So, fiberglass, foam, carbon, wood, some glue, some labeling, and you've got yourself an archery limb. So updated leaderboards. Aaron Cox takes 2 additional points that end. He's now sitting with 4-0 over his competitor Adam Dean from BC. And we had a split points there, so a tie between our Ontario and Saskatchewan archers. So we now have Hunter Chipley of Saskatchewan sitting with 3 points to Reese Wilson and Poyton of Ontario at 1. Heading into our 3rd end of scoring. A good letdown there from Aaron Cox. Something didn't feel quite right for that shot for him, so he's just restarting, making sure his arrows feel exactly how he wants them to be. A little bit of emotion showing from Dean. It's looking like he's got a perfect end showing here. Looking pretty good to him from here at the commentator booth, so that's why he's so excited today. Going back and chatting with his coaches, so looking very good for them. Adam Dean rightfully excited. He did pull off that perfect 30 end, and he is showing 4-2 with his matchup against Aaron Cox of Alberta. So he is holding on for some more ends. And over on our Saskatchewan and Ontario matchup, we had Hunter Chipley also take 2 points in his match there. His arrows look pretty good for a perfect 30 as well. There's one I couldn't quite tell from over here in the commentator booth, but he is showing 5-1 over his Ontario counterpart, Reese. Heading into our fourth end of scoring here in the individual men's recurve matches. And confirm in our matchup between Aaron Cox of Alberta and Adam Dean of BC, Aaron Cox proceeding into the gold medal match. 6 points, set points there. And Adam Dean will be moving into the bronze medal match. We are still going here, though, between Ontario and Saskatchewan. Ontario's Reese Wilson took that match with 2 set points, so we are currently sitting with 5 set points to 3 for Saskatchewan's Hunter Chipley and Reese, respectively. So once again, Aaron Cox proceeding to your gold medal match, and Adam Dean heading into your bronze medal match. And we are still currently running between Ontario and Saskatchewan. It's 1st to 6. And everybody is on pins and needles here. Chipley has laid down his 3 arrows, 10, 10, 9. We're waiting for Ontario. He's currently showing a 10, 8. 8 for his 3rd arrow. So we are looking from an excited Saskatchewan supporter group, with Saskatchewan entering into your gold medal match against Aaron Cox of Alberta. Or sorry. Yep. And your Ontario counterpart, Reese, heading into your bronze medal match up against Adam Dean of BC. So again, the officials will be resetting the field here momentarily, and we'll be starting off with the bronze medal match once everybody returns. So bronze medal match will be Adam Dean of BC up against Reese Wilson Poyton of Ontario. Bronze medal, individual men's recurve. So while we're resetting the field here, so just as we're resetting, this event has been supported by multiple volunteers. These people are not paid. We are just passionate about archery and making sure that these athletes and you, the viewers, get a great experience. So, shout out to our 20-plus odd volunteers. They are filling every role from line control to field of play supervisor to minor security to make sure that no weird people come onto the field of play to disturb our archers, to running cameras for you guys, to tabulating scores in the back and putting it into Gems Pro, etc. So, big shout out to all the volunteers that are helping with this event. Also, those wonderful red shirts, those judges that work very hard to do so many events and gain their accreditation so that they can be at these events so we can have them occur. So, if you know any judges, make sure you thank your judges when you are at those shoots, because without your judges, these events can't occur as well. So currently we have our teams for the gold and bronze medal match being briefed on the process, both athletes and coaches. So for those that maybe just joined us, a little bit of a rundown. We still continue into the set point system with recurve archers. However, now that we are into our medal matches, we will be doing alternating shooting. So that means that the shooters will alternate, shooting 1 arrow each. They will have 20 seconds in order to shoot that arrow, and then it switches once the arrow is released over to the other archer. So you're going to hear some beeps occurring here right away as the directors of shooting test the timer system out just to make sure that it's working appropriately. Of course, all these wireless and battery operated devices do require a little bit of follow-up, so there is a good old manual timer being manned as well back at the things in case anything phases was to fade, and good old whistles available to our directors of shooting as well. A little bit of keenness there from the archers. They heard the buzzer and wanted to come forward and shoot. So again, just testing the system out. We'll be starting here shortly. And here we go into our bronze medal match, BC versus Ontario. BC on butt number 6 and Ontario on butt number 7. First to shoot, Ontario. 10. From BC, an answer. Down in the 8 ring there for Ontario, a little low. 9 from BC. Nine from Ontario. So 10, 9, 8 from Ontario. And 10, 9, 8 from BC. Competitors are tied. From the looks of it here at the commentator bench. And leaderboard confirmation of that matching score, so 1 point each to each archer. So, again, you don't see the archers heading down range during these medal matches. They will have an agent retrieving their arrows for them, and the arrows will be called by a judge. The 2 other individuals with the red and navy vests you're seeing walking down line are the scorers. So coming up, Ontario again, first to shoot. Nine. 8 from BC. 10. Really nice 10 ring or 10 shot there from Ontario. Well within the circle. 10 as well from BC. Eight, 9 liner. I'm gonna hazard a 9 from here for Ontario's third arrow, and a 10 from BC. So that puts us with a 10, 9, 8, 9 liner for Ontario, and a 10, 10, 8 from BC. So depending on what those liners are, we could be tied still, heading into our third end after this. Yet, looking at the adjustments made by the Ontario agent there, they're showing 2 points, so that means tied match again. All right, and Ontario shooting first again. Really nice 10, very close to the center of that target for sure for Ontario. 10 from BC. Eight. That one might be a little bit of a 7-8 liner. Shadow is looking a little different from here. And a 9 from BC. Ooh, out in, looks like the 6 ring there. I'm seeing a little bit of color through binoculars. So a 10, 8, 6 it looks like from Ontario. And a 10, 10 for that third arrow, 9 for BC. So BC should be taking 2 set points for this round, continuing. And confirmed from our BC agent, they are adjusting the score. We are 4-2, BC to Ontario. Heading into our 4th end in this bronze medal match. Ontario shooting first again. From Ontario. He set some really nice 10s near spiders, so there's a small tiny little X in the center of those targets if you hit that spider or X. That's looking like a 8. Could be line biting a little bit for BC there on their first arrow. 8-9 liner from Ontario on their second. And a 9 from BC. And another one out there on that 8-9, right at the 3 o'clock from Ontario, 8-9 liners. And a solid 10 from BC on that third arrow. So a couple hard to call, a 10, and then a couple 8-9 liners from Ontario. And a 10, 9, and an 8-9 liner from BC for that end. So we'll see what the leaderboards show once everybody's gone downrange and had a good look. Congratulations, BC, your bronze medal. Provisional, of course. Wait till you see those official results up on Gens Pro. But presently we are showing 6 points for Dean of BC, and we are resetting for our gold medal match. So on butt number 6, we have Aaron Kotz of Alberta, and butt number 7, Hunter Chipley of Saskatchewan.
Yeah, that'll be perfect. Why'd you mention it? No? Great. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are into our gold medal match. Aaron Cox of Alberta, first to shoot. Nine. Aaron adjusting his bow, it looked like there after that shot. 10 from Saskatchewan. Ten from Alberta. Ten from Saskatchewan. This looks like a solid 10 from this side. It's sheltering the line a little bit from my visual, but I'm fairly certain that's a 10. We'll see what they say. And a 10 from Alberta. So 10, 10, 9 for Aaron Cox of Alberta. And a 10 from Saskatchewan. Pending that middle arrow, it's looking like Saskatchewan just laid in a perfect end there, 30 points. We'll see what the judge has to say. I'm showing a 1 point on Saskatchewan's leaderboard, so it looks like that was in fact a 9 for Saskatchewan. So we are tied here at the end. Heading into our second. So for those not familiar with some of the terminology I'm using, I apologize. So when the archers shoot their 3 arrows and then go down and retrieve them, that's an end. Depending on the competition, there could be 3 arrows each end, or 6 arrows each end, depending on if it's indoor, outdoor, or what kind of competition you're at. So this time, Aaron Cox, again, will be shooting first. Seconds for both archers to approach the line from the waiting area. They need to straddle the line with the center of their body going over that red line you see in the video feed. Ten for Alberta. Ten for Ontario. Or sorry, Saskatchewan. My apologies, guys. 10 for Alberta. Ooh, 8-9 liner. Down towards 6 o'clock there for Saskatchewan. And another solid 10 from Aaron. In fact, you can hear he made a nice big thump into that target. He sent that arrow pretty much back into the same hole he used in the first end. And another 10, and also from Saskatchewan, reusing the same holes. So it looks like that will go to Alberta. And confirmation from the scoring boards. Aaron Cox of Alberta with 3 to Hunter Chipley of Saskatchewan with 1. Bottom of end 2. Hunter Chipley will be shooting first, so Saskatchewan up first. 10. Nine, 10 liner from Aaron Cox of Alberta. Looks like it's a 9. Leaning towards a 9 on that one. 10 from Saskatchewan. Nine from Aaron Cox of Alberta. That one's looking like a 9-10 liner for Saskatchewan. So 10-10, 9-10 liner. The last arrow there for Alberta was a 10. So we're looking at possibly Saskatchewan tying things up, depending on how these look.
How many rounds of shooting? Oh, I see. We go for it. It's not.
Congratulations to Hunter Chipley. He has tied things up here at the third end. So we are tied 3-3 heading into end 4 between Alberta and Saskatchewan. Alberta will be shooting first. And a really nice solid 10 from Aaron Cox there. That's pretty much, if not, it should be touching that nice spider point in the very center of the target face for him. It's looking like a 9 there from Saskatchewan. Nine from Aaron. Middle of that 9 ring up towards the 12 o'clock on the target face. Ten from Saskatchewan. We are tied after 4 arrows. That's a 9 from Alberta. If Saskatchewan can pull off a 10, they will take a 2-point lead. Ten. Hunter Chipley does it. He just pulled off his 29 versus Alberta's 28. It appears. So it looks like we will be confirming it, but 2 set points to Saskatchewan there. And confirmed from the agent for Saskatchewan, we are 5-3 Saskatchewan. Excellent match between these two archers here today for this gold medal match. Alberta shooting first. Nine. Ten from Saskatchewan. Solid 10 from Alberta. Nice spider. Ooh, that one went wide for Saskatchewan. She's looking like an 8-9 liner there. Oh, I'll have to wait for a call on that. 9. So 10-9-9 for Alberta. From Saskatchewan. We are going to have to wait to see what that liner is. If it goes to the higher points, that would be the match. If it goes to the lower, we'd be back into a tie. Actually, correction, he's got 5 points. That could be match right there for Saskatchewan. Official call from the judge, Saskatchewan for the gold medal. What a great accomplishment. Way to hold calm for Saskatchewan. Just to put it into perspective, Aaron Cox currently holds the national record in his age category. So excellent performance by Saskatchewan Hunter Chipley. Again, result provisional. You can hear they are very excited. We have an archer running around in a flag waving in their excitement. Al Willis of Archery Canada heading around shaking hands with the team members from Alberta and Saskatchewan. So ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We're just going to be retrofitting the facility here for our medal ceremonies, and we'll have our official medal ceremonies for our Recurve individuals. Once that's completed, that'll be the end of our live streaming for today, and then we'll be back tomorrow with our team mixed events. So mixed compound and mixed recurve. That'll be a little bit less. It'll be only 8. The top 8 get seeded into the brackets. So a little bit different, but we look forward to seeing everyone cheer on and hear the noise from the archers. So once again, stay tuned. Official results available on GEMS Pro. So that is CG2019 period GEMS period PRO. You can type that directly into your web browser. Once again, CG2019 period GEMS period PRO, or if you're a phonetic kind of individual, Charlie Golf 2019er period Golf Echo Mike Sierra period Papa Romeo Oscar. Stay tuned for our Recurve individual medal ceremonies.
That's even better. Thank you. Moving it a touch so that way. That works. Move this. We got a few minutes.
Receiving the silver medal, Team British Columbia, Abby Shapira. Receiving the gold medal, Team Quebec, Marie Joseph. Your medal winners of the individual female recurve competition.
Medallas de oro de la competición de diseño individual a cuerpo femenino.
Yeah, so Westerners like. Yeah, they're done. Yeah, I know it's the Westerners sucks. Yeah, someone just there to
Receiving the gold medal, Team Saskatchewan, Hunter Tiffany. Your medal winner of the individual male recurve competition.
de la compétition des individuels Archery quarterfinals.
We invite the tailors to join the men for our national anthem, which will be sung by Orlando Willie. Please rise if you are able to move your hand for our national anthem.
Muy bien, con la serie nacional, chante con Orlando Willie.
So for those of you still watching at home, so once again, for those of you that are listening at home, in case that didn't come through, 9 a.m. tomorrow for our mixed team events. That's the start of it. Watch these athletes team up with their fellow teammates and shoot. It'll be a little bit of a different thing, and you can make noise. We will feel you cheering from home, believe it or not. So please do sign up back in, check us out. We'll be commentating as well as live streaming as previous, and support your athletes. Once again, all the official results are located on GEMS Pro. So that is CG2019, period, GEMS, period, PRO, Charlie Golf 2019er, period, Golf Echo Mike Sierra, period, Papa Romeo Oscar. That link has also been shared on the Archery Canada Facebook page, so you can check it out there if I'm speaking a little bit too fast for you guys. Also, for those of you guys looking for those awesome pictures taken by the professional photographers that the Canada Winter Games have hired around here, you can check out the full photo streams available on Flickr. So just punch in flickr.com/groups/Red Deer 2019/pool. That gets you the full photo stream. So all the special events, all the social stuff, maybe some pictures of some of the awesome concerts that are going on. I know I'm eyeing up Trooper tonight. Later on, we have categorized galleries. So these are going to be specific to the actual sports and other events. Flickr.com/photos/2019 Canada Winter Games /galleries. As usual, we are all over social media. Pretty much anything 2019 Canada Winter Games will get you routed the right direction between Flickr, Twitter, Snapchat, whatever this ghosty symbol is for myself as the social illiterate person, and good old-fashioned YouTube as 2019 Canada Winter Games. Thank you very much for abiding by me here today, guys, and we look forward to hearing from you tomorrow. Take care.